And I should press recording, because otherwise we're not gonna have the video. Okay. I'm just gonna start Genshin, and I'm gonna appear on camera in a bit. Just give me 1 second. There we go. Wait, can I? Oop, that's a browser. Well. Genshin. There we go. There you go. See, it's working. Okay, perfect. Heavy neutral. Okay. I don't have to check in. So, let's say hi to you guys. Hi. I think I lost some hair. Hello. I'm so happy with it. But it's quite different. But yeah, perfect fit with the blue down there for Fontaine. So we rockin'. Nice hair, thanks. It's so freeing to have less hair on your head. But I have to find out how to have it now. Probably like this. Not much different than how I carry it. I look more amazed. Aw. Keep the compliments coming. Keep them rolling while I'm trying to fix how to have them under the headphones. Okay, wait, let me just switch over to the new overlay. There we go. Oh yeah, I was farming crystal size, right? Okay, so I have no idea what this quest is gonna be about. I avoided all spoilers. I have no idea. I have no idea how I even managed that. And I'm looking forward to it. I somehow managed to get once again to the reunion rewards, which is great. But hey, I don't complain. Should we? That's the real question. Should we wish in the beginning or afterwards? Like, this quest is probably gonna be a while, but like, what do you guys think? Also, this window, by the way, really cool. I wish this was the banner window though. We should do a trial real quick. Okay, let's check her out. Love the blue. Yeah, same. I mean, it's kind of hidden because it's... Wait, I'm not sure if the camera is gonna delete me if I turn around. I'll try. Because it's like underneath. I'm not sure if you can see that, but it's like... The top hair is now a lot darker, as you may be able to see. And the bottom one is now like real blue. And it looks so cool. It looks so cool. I feel so cool. I'm not now one of the cool kids. Okay, so what we got here. Pretty looking character, that's for sure.
Strike a pose!
Okay, I assume that we're gonna help me. Okay. Oh, I love this. Wait, is she? Okay. Of course, she's making a show out of it. Perfect. What is that? Okay, I'm loving this. Charged E?
How brilliant!
Okay. Perfectly balanced between cool and beautiful. Aww. And it's more practical. Oh, wait. Does she have like a double slash? Wait, I'm just gonna have to find out what she does. Okay, what do you do? Do you heal? Or do you just sit around? Yeah, there's like an extra attack coming. I should probably read it up. And that feels so good. It's like AoE, right? Yeah. I want her sword. Looks so cool on her. Ouch. Kinda scared though. Okay, what do you guys do? You attack. Ooh. That guy just do 21k?
Let my name echo in song!
Just doesn't she also have healing effects? I'm a bit confused where the healing is coming from.
Shower me with praise.
Oh wait, there was healing. Okay, I'm not sure I understand her completely. Gonna have to read it or look it up. One of them.
Let the world come alive.
Okay, she certainly does have a healing effect of that. Not gonna say I totally understand how it works,
How brilliant!
but she certainly does though. Interesting. Ah, right, there was like something with like audience score or something for her attacks. I'm not sure. Time to read. Oh no, we're not doing reading here. Today is a quest day. We're only listening. Ouch.
How dare you! Ah.
Love her voice acting though.
Ah.
So what do you guys think? Should we go for her now or wait after the quest? Because I'm certainly gonna go for her. No question. I guess we have some Primals. Wait, is that a C6
Teamwork
Bennett?
is dreamwork.
No. Okay.
Time to
Sad.
shine. Strike a pose.
I certainly will need to learn her. But yeah, we're gonna get her in the team. Okay. Where does the quest start? This time we're not gonna run somewhere like we did in 3.0, only to find out we had to go to a completely different place. Okay. Deluge of the Wrathful Waters. This is the day you get out of prison and you proceed to complete the paperwork for your release as regarded. Wait, as arranged, yeah. Weren't we released before? Her profile is very light spoilers. Okay, then we'll go for her afterwards. I thought we were free already. Okay, sure. I mean, we still were there voluntarily, I guess. But before we do that, I will still just, like... I want to convert our Primogems. It kind of hurts, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. I mean, we'll get some more, but 145 wishes. We'll certainly throw them away like nothing later on. Okay. Then let's get over to the prison and sign the paperwork. Yesterday I just tested if the game works. And I found out that you can actually dive into the place where Child just went into the sea. I thought that was like blocked or something, but apparently you can really swim into this place, which is kind of cool. Alright. Hope the audio is fine. I think I'm just gonna turn it up for myself. Alright. This is the final quest for, or well, final mainline Archon Quest. Well, now after. I think we're doing after. Wait, am I in the factory? Yeah, I am. Nope, that's the wrong one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pull afterwards. 190. Wait, how many did I have? 145, right? Yeah. 145 wishes. I hope we only need 30 to get for Rena or something. Oh, there's no elevator. Is there a way to call it? Okay, we're just gonna teleport to another waypoint. I think we'll either wait or we'll pull for her when a perfect situation arises. Like, wait, am I in the same spot? Did I use the same teleport? Or we'll wait for a moment where it just feels like now we'll pull for her. Okay, that's the teleporter that I wanted to pick. Dun, dun, dun. The music in here never gets old. Okay, it kind of does after hours of hours, but I mean, the music still slaps. The e-guitar never gets old. Okay, I think we're checking out. Dun. Some time has passed since the incidents of the Fortress of Meripede, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
Okay, I think I'm gonna turn it down a little for me. Okay, perfect. Yep, I think we've quite been enjoying our stay here. A little more than we probably should have.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Still not quite sure why we have to do that, but fine. I guess it's just legislation doing its thing. Masquerade of the Guilty. Still not sure who's gonna be the guilty one in the end, but we've talked about that a few times. You think Risley is gonna tell us goodbye? I think he's gonna stay down here, right? Oh, but before we leave, we should get our last welfare meal. Like the freeloader we are. Paimon would be so proud. Greetings, what can I do for you? I'd like my welfare meal. Let's see, this is gonna... Oh my god. Way too many. It's alright, that's 90 gifted subs in total. Proxy. Stop. Thank you very much, but it's way too much. Way too much, way too much.
And the crowd goes wild!
Thank you. Let's see if our welfare meal, thanks to your contribution, is also gonna be a bit more tasteful. Oh, actually, yeah, that's kind of nice. Pudding. Okay, fortune slip. Don't be depressed when you fail. Sometimes a ship sinking to the bottom is also kind of a rival. That's either a very bad omen for my polls, or the story is gonna be very depressing. Well, oof. I think this is the worst fortune slip that I've ever read. Oh, okay.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Wait, but weren't we here? Like, okay, I'm confused. Paimon is saying we're here No, we are here voluntarily. Why does Paimon make it sound as if we haven't even left? I don't... Okay. I guess we've just been staying here for, like, days. But okay, I'm fine. Whoa, okay, not a good sign. I think we should leave now.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Yeah, I think I know.
Let's go ask the Duke!
That came from the basement. I'm pretty sure. An exit card issued by the Fortress of Meripede. It's just a piece of paper, but it has been given a name. Most heartening. Okay. I guess that's our ticket to leave. Yep. I would kind of recommend to just leave this place, but fine if you feel like checking it out, Lumine. Oh, he's upstairs? Okay, that's, I guess, good.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
That's actually good.
Over the
Really?
years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
I have my doubts.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Oh, again.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep.
It's you two.
Ah.
Are you leaving now?
Yeah, it's the little monster that probably wants to gut us. Well,
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice!
we've been confined for more than a month, I think, yeah. I think in a quest they said it's only for a few weeks, right? I think lore-wise it's 3 weeks, if I'm not wrong. I might have it mixed up. But yeah, it was actually a kind of a nice day and a lot of people helped us. So
Oh yeah,
quite nice.
Paimon feels fond of this place now!
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
And I'll keep
If
being
you've
terrified
signed the
of you.
release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Yay, I actually didn't expect him to do that.
Wow, you actually agreed! No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking!
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
Sometimes.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
It's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again. Hopefully, if this place doesn't get flooded anytime soon.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Mostly because it's free, but yeah,
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
we'll try our best.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlet was the one who asked us to come here,
Yeah, I hope he's gonna
we should
pay us
probably go report
good
to him
money.
now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
We'll send the message.
If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Thank you for being so understanding. It means a lot. It's been some time since I've gone to the surface. I must say that I've started to miss it a little.
To be honest, I'm not too fond of her being in contact with, like, all the human beings up there, but that's okay. Not my issue. Hey, Mont, how you doing? I don't know why I'm so tense. Actually, everything is fine right now. But I guess to a certain extent I know this is gonna go haywire in a bit. Okay, let's see what Neuvillette is up to. Hopefully he's sitting there with a big bag of money to pay us for, like, forcing 3 weeks of enforced imprisonment on us, so I expect at least another 40 wishes from him. Hopefully. He uses a lot of primals. Yep. These people are new. What's going on?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. But you can see yourselves in.
They got a lot of stuff to do,
Everyone's
huh?
so busy. Seems
why?
a lot has been happening.
Nice transition, damn.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
How about like, oh, you're back from prison, and like, I'm glad to see you? No?
In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
Is it gonna be more than water?
That's alright, we just ate.
Very well, then.
He seems a bit strange. Not like he's in a good mood.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today
So
should
what's
be
up?
the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that has happened ever since the Primordial Sea incidents, as well as the dream
massive
with
whale.
child. Yeah.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
I have no idea what it is, so
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
But how would that work? That would mean he, instead of going up, he would have gone down into the sealed sea. I don't see how that could work.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
I mean, he's not from Fontaine, so he should not dissolve, but I think he still needs air to breathe.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Yeah, same. There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt a bit earlier?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Hmm.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Yep, that's where the Spina di Rosula's headquarters are.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've finished things here.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
There's
Let's
no time
get
to
going.
lose! Let's get going!
I don't like that
Please
we're
be
already
careful.
in disaster response mode. That's not good. Anything else, Neuvillette?
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
I don't like the mood. Like, I was kind of hoping that we would get some time to, like, calm down after everything that went down, but looks like we're straight back at the disaster. Nope, no breaks, just panic. True. I mean, it's temporary flooding, that's fine as long as it's not, like, contaminated with primordial seawater, right? But if it is, even temporary flooding...
No. What happened here?
Could be bad for humans, but, well, I guess even temporary normal flooding could be dangerous for objects. All the buildings here seem to be in a pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Are they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst for now.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
I really hope it's not contaminated. But it shouldn't be, right? Like, this sea shouldn't be so contaminated, I hope. But there's like no one. Oh no, there's people. Excuse me, mister.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
That's the victim M? Okay, just gonna go with the flow. But okay, there's still people, so that's good, I guess. Oh.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Please don't tell me she died.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
I mean, this doesn't look like it's contaminated water, but I mean, water can be brutal enough in and of itself, right? I mean, if you've ever been in a region that got flooded, you will know how horrible that can be. Wait, I wanted to go to that dad. Oh no, please tell me I can get up there. Okay, let's take the long way around. Drown to death. Yeah, drowning is... I mean... Death, of course, is one of the horrible things that come with floods, but... I mean, the destruction and the pain and the suffering it leaves behind is... equally, if not more, scary. Canes. Do I know the name?
I'm not young anymore.
I don't know, should that name ring a bell? Doesn't for me. I'm sorry.
How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there.
Let's hope that we can... Oh, there she is, that's good, that's good. Navia seems to be kicking. Oh, I hope our grandpa is still alive. Is it him?
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Yeah, they seem
You're
to be in
here.
a very great mood.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
I mean, dude, hell, F. No, I mean, okay, at least a broken leg will heal.
Understood. I'll take over
I'm
his
sure
search
that
and
could be
rescue mission
worse.
in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
Can you give us a rundown on what exactly happened?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater.
Okay.
Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere.
So,
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
Damn it.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
You know how traumatizing that must be? Like, it's cruel enough to know that something like that happened. But, like, that came out of nowhere. And they probably have no idea when it will happen again, why it happened. I mean, I'm probably all pretty sure about this being a prophecy at this point, so... Yeah, probably all... I mean, I would lose hope at that point. And all of the people being swept away, you can't even help them. Because, like, in real life, I mean, it's probably not the best idea to jump in and try to drag people out. But if you have the skills to do that, you could do that in real life. But what are they gonna do? They can't do nothing. They can just sit there and watch as the bodies just get dissolved in water. That's traumatizing.
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
I think what I would do, I don't know the population of Fontaine, but send them all onto mountains, set up camps, or let them flee the country.
How awful.
What other things
All
can you
of
do?
this just came out of nowhere.
Because everyone's gonna be terrified. You can't just sit around.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yep, you can put us to work. We're gonna do everything.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? Yeah, both of... Usually she would have 2 people besides her, right? Please don't tell me Mr. Grandpa is gone.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Oh, don't ask that. That's such a... That's doomed to backfire. Do you know where Melus and Silver are?
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Oh.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
That's also an answer.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Navia walks around talking to many people, organizing various...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Sure.
Huh? Right now?
Let's go.
Thank you.
If she needs our support right now, we're gonna go with her. Not even a question of where she wants to go. How do we get out best, I think? Oh, I sure hope we'll get Melus back. And Silver as well. Like, nothing against Silver. Oh god, what happened? Did you see that? Was it intentional? That was scary. And it's raining once again, yep. Very thick rain. Yeah, I don't know how much Novelette and Furina communicate on their plans of saving this. But I imagine that this must also be like really depressing for him. And potentially also Furina. Kind of everyone. Like they're seeing their whole country crumble apart in front of them. All of the people that they're kind of supposed to protect.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
No need to push yourself so hard. This is a horrible situation, but... I don't know.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Melus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again.
Oh. We'll find a way. I'm sure there's some way to return them.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Paimon. I'm so sorry for you, Navia.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Was What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But...
Yeah, whether they were afraid, unfortunately, is not the point. They were kind of like, I mean, buy a new butler? No! Like, I don't know about Silver, but Melus you just can't replace. He knew her father was kind of taking a guiding role for her. You can't just find something like that again.
I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Melus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Yeah, but for some it's too soon.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Sorry, but shouldn't Navia get a prime slot? But let's not think about that. It's cruel enough that they both wanted to be there and got denied the chance.
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
Also, I don't know about Silver's age, but I would say he's younger than Navia. So, weird topic.
I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
Nah, you're not breaking a promise. It's not like you had a choice. Don't, beat yourself up over something you don't have an influence in.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things Melus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
I'm sure you did enough for them, but you really need to stop beating yourself up over something you can't control. This doesn't help anyone.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
But yeah, we're of course here for you. There's no debate.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Han, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
Lots of people, considering how many people are at Poisson. That's a lot.
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
I kinda... This is terrible. There's no right answers to what she said. No one's sacrifice is truly necessary is partially true, but that's really not the thing I would say in that situation.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Are we on good terms right now? Otherwise I'm gonna have some trouble dealing with you now.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Are they working with us? I assume they are. In the end, they have nothing to control if it's completely destroyed.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Good.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
I hope they won't exploit that situation. But, I mean, I do have the feeling that she is interested in the well-being of Fontaine, but then again I saw them selling delusions during a war in Inazuma, there we go. In Inazuma, and that was also very exploitative. So I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
I get that, because I wouldn't just start working with the Fatui either.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
Huh.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
I mean, she's certainly farming goodwill by doing this. But I could imagine that she's just interested in not having Fontaine completely destroyed. I don't know. Oh, that soundtrack is beautiful.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
I still hope we can get them back.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Is that where like Lineage others are? I've never heard of that place, I think. Oh,
by the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Mm-hmm. And I'm still somewhat concerned.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for a jolly cooperation has come, huh? Traveler with the Fatui. Can't imagine that's happening.
Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So we should go instead.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Okay.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
And you can trust me, like I'm still an outsider, no?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
If that's actually sincere, what they're saying, then maybe I need to change my opinion of Lenny and Lynette.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
I would be with Paimon. I mean, I don't mind you joining us, but, like, it's been tough.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Fair enough, yeah. Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes exploring with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
It's fine by me. We can go explore the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Okay. What kind of runes? Meeting is also parting. Go to the ruins, okay. Between are hypocrites. So far, yeah. But I really hope that some of them are at least a bit more sane than others. Problem is I really don't know much about Alekino. So I don't know. But if something like that would happen in the city, that would be horrible. Also, is it possible that last time the seal broke because of the, I'll call it pressure of the water? Now we sealed it, so now it's bursting everywhere else. It's finding another path to the surface. So I don't know if we won anything by, like, sealing it the way we did. I'm unsure. Let's hope we'll find some useful information over there. I'm not sure if... The thing is, I'm completely out of ideas what we can do here. With a war, we always had the chance of just winning it, but this is... This is more than just, like, something that we can win.
Are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
How did no one notice those before?
Just be careful.
That's like right into your face if you've ever gone to this area. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna question it. Okay. This looks like some old castle or something. Are you guys nice? Nope, you're not. Okay, got
Not
it.
now. Yes. Stars, shine for me. Allow me.
There is no escape.
Go!
Torn to oblivion.
What is a caterpillar? It looks like some old... Actually, not a castle. Reminds me a bit of the structures from Sumeru, from the academia. Like big halls and stuff. Not sure what that's actually. There's... Oh god!
Here isn't safe.
Yeah, I just noticed, Paimon. There's a bunch of paintings here.
Not now. Hold the line.
Okay, I guess we're gonna have to watch out for the floor now.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should probably go back now, yeah.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Yeah, this is a bit too dangerous.
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Well, from the look of things here, maybe there's no way back. Oh, we shouldn't have brought you.
Complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
But you can't go in there.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do?
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
But you're not gonna go with us in the water, right?
Alright. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Oh, I thought we were gonna dive through the waters, but... Okay. Then just don't fall. We can touch the water, right?
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Oh, no, we can't. Why does it look so cool? Looks like a nice slushy and I want to drink it. Just be careful, Navia. We don't want you in there. Man, it does look so cool. Oh, where's that coming from? They must also come from the ground, right? Seeping to the top. Since you're German and not French, you could, but you'd start to hear the fountains talk. Wait, like right now? I don't hear any voices. What do you mean at the Fountain of the Sea? Oh yeah, okay. Gotcha. Well, I just said it looks like a nice slushy and I would like to drink it.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Well... we might have... we might have done an oopsie here. I suppose we can... Okay, now we can't. Okay. Is the bridge back? Okay, it is. Yeah, my instinct was to return, like a sane person. Don't run over a bridge that is half collapsing. Fine. Oh god, oh. Now the third time's the charm. I love how the camera zooms out already in anticipation. I didn't die. Okay. Oh no, no, please don't tell me that's... Well, but that, you can't stop her from... No matter what, jumping after her won't help. Yeah, that's the end for her. Wait. She's still there?
Demoiselle?
Oh, oh. Are they in some kind of subspace or like some...
Huh?
Some weird form?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
I mean, this her consciousness, if she is dissolved, if that's what happened already, should be returning to the sea, right? So maybe that's something in the process of that happening right now? I don't know. But it's all watery, so...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
Okay.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Those are all people that were on the list, right? I'm not sure about his name, but Burnett was certainly on a list.
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it
Maybe
right
that's
here.
their consciousness exchanging? Like, something with each other? Like, basically they're in watery heaven, maybe. I don't know.
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
As if everything is fine, but all of those people are gone.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Yep, it's on the list.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
Yeah, I swear this is something like heaven, but for all the dissolved souls. Just that they're completely unaware of being, well, dead.
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Why is she on a trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
What?
Oh? All right then.
What? Also, hi Dancy Jancy, we're also all kind of confused, I think, right now. What would she be on trial for?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her! Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Oh no.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people.
I hope this is not gonna go the direction I think it's gonna go.
Karina.
Please.
Desiree. Joyville. Jolien. Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
Please don't tell me this is gonna be like a complete guilt trip for her. I hope.
And as for the judge... huh?
Yeah, of course he's not there.
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done?
Yeah.
In that case, allow me to explain.
Oh, I don't want this to be the case, but I'm sure that they're gonna blame her for what she failed to do. Maybe that's just her own consciousness, like betraying or putting all the guilt on her. I don't know. I just hope it's not that, but
as all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
That's good.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Okay, that's different from what I expected, but that's awfully uncanny. Ugh, I don't like this.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Why are they giggling so menacingly?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
What is happening?
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
I have my theories, but they're all just way too vague to form what's even going on here.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
It just kind of seems as if this is... as if they're assimilating her into the primordial sea. That's kind of what I feel is going on here, but I'm not sure what's going on here. This is strange and creepy.
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
They're kind of all becoming the hive mind. That's awful.
Do you mean to
defy
our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Like, this is... What is she being accused for? That? What are they supposed to defend against?
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Oh god, what's happening?
Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Oh.
Navia belongs to us.
Yep.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
Wait, what?
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Is that good that he's here?
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
I have a feeling that it's a very bad sign that he's here.
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Can he drag her out somehow? Yeah.
Silver.
They're already gone.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
But there's still some individuality left to them, right? They have not been completely absorbed. Somehow they could snap out of it.
Farewell.
So maybe there's still some hope for at least them. Maybe all of them, hopefully.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey, Navia?
You're awake. Good.
What? Explain, Neuvillette.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Neuvillette must have dragged both Lumine and her out of the water somehow. Because we jumped down there.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Yeah.
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So the people that had become dissolved turned into Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Yeah, at least she got to say a proper goodbye. Yeah. I guess as proper as it can be, but certainly better than what she had before.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Hmm? Oh, I am quite all right.
No, you're
Perhaps
not.
there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Maybe get her away from the cliff's edge, though.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Since you don't feel like explaining anything to us right now, Sigewin sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
Paimon, you're way too jolly.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
She needs a lot more time than she has spent already.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy letely, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Well, Paimon, since you're the expert here, why don't you, tell us what to talk about? I personally would be interested in what freaking happened right now, and I'm sure Neverlet could explain, but... Okay.
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
That's the worst question with the worst phrasing.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
So can we assume you guys and the Fatui are also on good terms right now?
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I kind of totally forgot that we wanted to do that. I hope Navia can get back on her feet. After what just happened?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Hey.
It's cold. Cold.
Shine down!
Allow me!
Water jet!
There is no escape!
Not now.
Shine down! Now you shall perish!
I really hope that knows more than we do, because otherwise we're screwed. If he really just told us everything he... Oh no, bad sign. Camera zoomed out. Bad sign. If he really just told us everything he knows,
Oh no, another unstable path.
then I'm afraid we don't know much at all. Okay, Everything's crumbling. No, the Shogun. Shogun! Please, don't.
The thunder falls silent.
I was trying to get to the right. You got to be kidding me. I was desperately trying to get to the right. But she somehow got stuck up in that corner. Not my fault, for the record. Okay, and this is gonna have to be one precise jump. Okay. Okay.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Don't worry, we have a shield. And Kokomi.
Rest and rebuild! Covenant of the Deep! Let's move.
Coco rules. I'm gonna miss her. Oh no. Okay. How many times are we gonna die?
Seems we're almost at the top.
Just gonna keep my stamina going. Okay, never mind. Now there's rocks falling, so forget about that. Okay, let's clear them out.
Yeah.
Shine down!
Water jet!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Stars, shine for me. The night is... Billowing surge! Allow me!
Yeah, we certainly can't go back down now. That bridge is literally burned. Okay, not literally, but you get the point. What is that flying thing there? Was that always there? I didn't see that before. Oop. Okay. So I hope we're gonna get some critical information now. Oh no, we're not going up there? To the glowy thing? Okay. That's a lot of seawater.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Twists and turns might be a bit of an understatement, but okay. You want to speak. Yeah, well, there seems to be something on the wall over there. Oh, that's for Rena?
Stone slates.
That's also
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
We can, you know, take pictures, Paimon.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Yeah, I shall record the history of its future here in the past. So he's just writing what's gonna happen. I suppose he's also from the past, so he doesn't know the future. So, okay.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
The only island in the sky I know is Celestia, or maybe that thing in Inazuma.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Is Celestia out for revenge against that nation for some reason? Ultimately, it seems like a punishment for Farina, or a judgment, I guess. But why?
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Well, that does seem to match. I guess if it's Celestia, it would also make sense that the Fatui are helping us. Ooh.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Yeah, what you mean, Paimon? She's the order of the third or fourth image, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Yeah.
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to? You think they are, like... Oh, what's the word for it? I don't know. But you think they are, like, praying to have their sins turned to, I guess?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Egeria, I'm gonna have to remember that name.
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense to me. Who would know about that? You know something?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
Oh, great.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter right now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. That is true.
Let's move out.
But maybe knowing who created them gives us an idea of why and how we can, like, solve it. I don't... The thing is, I don't dislike Farina, but I have a feeling that we're not
Let's
gonna
split
get
up here.
much information from
I'm going
her,
to check on what's
as
happening
always.
with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
You really don't seem to be in a rush, huh?
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Fine. See you tomorrow then.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Yep.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Kinda scares me that Novelette and Farina are not even communicating properly. That is very concerning.
All right. I'll be on my way then.
Navia and Novelette both depart. You and Paimon head to the Spina Drusula's base at the Fluvsandre.
We're finally back!
I wouldn't say Farina is an enemy, but she certainly isn't an ally at the moment. She's like probably the purest form of chaotic neutral. Like if you know the classifications, I think Farina's really in the chaotic category and she's very neutral. We don't really see her as an enemy at all, but an ally for sure not as well.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia, no, the boss is the best.
Oh, you did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts!
That garlic bread.
These are all Paimon's!
Freaking love that garlic bread.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona? You could be exactly the person we need right now.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing here? We are everywhere, but why are you here? But I think we could need your help. Lady Magistus?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Wait, add something else here. You might be very useful if you could give us a divination right now.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Wait, that's her actual surname?
Let's go with that.
That's her actual surname? I thought that's just like her performing name. Mona Magistus sounds so much like something she made up. Oof, okay, sorry, oopsie.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Okay, so it is kind of a performance name, okay.
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine
Mona the
including a
Great.
boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
So, what's your master's name, if I may ask?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Astromancer Barbeloth. Barbeloth sounds like some weird name, but that could slide through as a name. Trismegistus, is that like threefold of just Magistus? Oh god.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Ha, fine. To be honest, it's kinda lit.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
Like it.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
So, who's Dual Magistus or whatever comes in between?
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Well, I think I'm fine, but what do you think about Triple Strength Traveler for me or Triple Appetite Paimon?
That sounds terrible!
Yeah, it does. Triple Brain Cell Paimon. That is a good one.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Shush. Well, I guess we'll need her help, so you can tell her.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did he come into Fontaine because of the prophecy?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Yeah, it was all fun and games. Till 3 months ago. When suddenly everything was going downhill real quick.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
How does it affect all of Tevat? It's just... I mean, of course, it's not just like, oh, it's just the Fontanians who are gone, but... ultimately it's only the country that gets directly affected, right?
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
It would flood a hell of a lot if it would flood the entirety of Teyvat, right? I mean, the ocean around Teyvat is also enormous, so I don't know. I don't know how large the primordial sea is, but that seems like a lot. Then again, it's primordial and it's godlike, it's something, and rules don't apply in Teyvat because it has its own. So, yeah, I don't know.
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
You think it's one of them? Well, okay. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you maybe get us in touch with the master so we get some, like, no offense to you, Mona, but like some proper help?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
The world is literally collapsing around us.
Indeed,
Can we
indeed.
focus
That's the spirit.
on the point instead of feeding her ego?
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we did make quite the ruckus. Well, let's try to keep it down the next time.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
Well, that's kind of your only job, so deal with it.
That's more like it.
After the conversation, you decide to get a good night's sleep and restore your energy.
To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
I hope that we're not waking up every day to another disaster.
But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Yeah, just hope Novelette has some proper information for us. Things here seem fine. Let's check a horoscope. Oh no. There's quite literally more important things to do. Yeah. Is Fontaine the closest country to Celestia that we have been to yet? Like, I think Celestia has never been this big. But that makes it even more likely that she was praying to Celestia.
I have to keep an eye on the deployment of guards at all times.
Maybe? Since Farina just didn't respect Celestia as much anymore? They are out for revenge? I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
You're here! Finally!
What's going on?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Picking the right words. Not that easy with Farina, I suppose. Uh-oh.
I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Come on.
You mean they're all...
Yeah.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
Yeah, Novelette is seriously mad, and I'm completely fine with it.
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Parts of what she said is fair, but like, I don't believe that. She truly knows something. But why isn't she telling?
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Yeah, that's nothing new for her.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
I think she's just losing it.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
How is he supposed to follow your lead if you're not showing where to go?
Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
And you believe that yourself, or... You're staring at the ground. You can't even look him in the eyes when you say that. How is he supposed to trust you?
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Can we stop her?
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. I don't know what to make of her.
You've been outside for a while now?
Toodles. Yeah, we heard most of it.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue.
But what's wrong with her? Why?
Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm sorry, but it seems like questions won't get us far. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
That sounds bad if I say that, but then let's force her to.
We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
You want to put her on trial for what exactly, though?
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Oh god, this is horrible. I don't know what. Farina probably has a reason. Yeah, neglecting duties is probably what we could go with. It sucks because Farina obviously has a reason why she's not telling us. Like, there's no chance she's just interested in seeing everything fall apart, right? But since she's not telling anything and she can't open up, we have to kind of turn against her. And it sucks. Because it's gonna damage her even more than she already is.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass.
Yeah.
This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Yep, this is cruel, but we will help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
I think I know who to call. And I have an idea, but I'm not sure if we're thinking of the same thing here, Lamine. A few days later on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson. Are you going to Alekino? That would seem plausible. She probably has a lot of things that we could use.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
What exactly are we doing?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Oh, we got a great bunch of people here. They'll make for a great party.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Okay, but we kind of got everything. Everyone. I think the only people that are missing is Alekino right now that we could turn against her. I guess Risley as well.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Kind of reminds me of the Sumeru Archon Quest with the party we were planning. Yeah. Just with the only difference being that the last time we had no idea what would happen, and Alhaitham just did his own thing kinda without us knowing. I guess the Traveler knew, but we didn't.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Why is she so happy?
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Okay.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
I guess.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
I suppose we're not gonna need that with Farina. At least I hope.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Cake seems like a good bait for Farina. Or cats. Cats also work. Kind of
For
everything
me,
cute.
I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Stop flattering yourself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal.
What?
Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Well, yeah, without the killing strike.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
Wait, does she have experience? Is she one of the hunters? She seems very experienced.
Are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Yeah, you can say that.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Think she's a descendant? Yeah, it would make sense. Clarence's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. We'll not call this a hunt, because that's not what you should do at present. Nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secret that she's keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done in order to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in a prophecy. There's neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is all. That is what you will need. As I said, cake or kittens. That seemed to have worked with Furina a few times. Or maybe we'll attach a balloon to her on, I don't know what weekday it was. And it should also get her on trial. Okay, I'm still not sure what exactly we're plotting here. But okay. If they know what they're doing. If they know what they're doing, then fine. So what exactly are we doing here?
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
So they've just been plotting and plotting, huh?
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong, Paimon?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
Looks pretty damn luxurious.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
That sounded like Lynette for the first moment, but I don't think that's a magic trick of hers.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Is that how Mona gets us in contact?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Not quite.
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Yeah, this time it's the voice from the cup of tea, so...
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you, Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Wait, so it's not Mona who sent you? I thought Mona would have sent. Okay, I guess. So, who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh, okay, so you've been sent by Mona. Okay. Friend's disciple. So is this one of the friends of Mona's master? The enigmatic N of the Hexen Circle? Well then, allow me to ask, will the prophecy in Fontaine come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Alright, so we just...
use such things as the history of the future.
Well then, let's pack it up and leave the country.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
Well... Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
So from what I've gathered, she said you can't change it, but you may be able to change it under some circumstances. So I guess we're not quite packing yet. The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Wait, you've been... Oh, okay, oh, okay. I thought you are the cup of tea. Okay, never mind then. Where the god's gaze does not fall, there are those who dream of dreaming, something like that. I mean, I guess partially we don't really fall under the god's gaze, right? At least we've kind of been like in that state in earlier quests. But I guess at this point we're also kind of predictable. But then again, the prophecy's probably older than... Well, actually no, probably isn't. It's probably not older than when we have started to appear in this country, or the world. It's Canria's description.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage N. Is this the clue you're leaving for us? It's really not helping me too much. The unexpected news lead to complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
So... You care to explain? Where have you been how have you been the last few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
But that isn't truly optimistic either, is it?
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Yeah, sounds like Charlotte.
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist?
How could I ever forget Charlotte? Come
I'm
on.
in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag.
Oh.
I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Well, actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
You thought you would have been aware of that. You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Yeah, I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary.
Yeah,
As
go
for
figure.
the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
And leaving them in partial confusion.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
I need this N woman in my life. No, I'm not sure if she's gonna help you. If she's as vague as she just was, she's just gonna leave you more confused.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
So, it was mostly just confusing.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Potentially, yeah. True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their valiant meaning? Is it the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
No.
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too.
Mona's voice actress is great.
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
I know a few, like, Yanfei is also, in my opinion, quite underrated. Especially with the other stuff that she does. Yeah, I mean, Genshin has top voice actors. It's not even a question.
But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of the only thing I got from it, so...
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
Yep.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. It's all fine, and thank you for, I guess, your kind words.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Yeah, this is not the first time, I just realized that.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too.
Yeah, but ultimately, she's right. We just gotta try. There's no point in us just giving up already, right?
Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Sure. Lumine looks a
Let's
bit
walk
pissed,
around the
but...
city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
The newsstand. Okay. Is there a way up there? If we're gonna climb 100 meters straight up, that would be exhausting. Imagine just climbing 100 meters. Alright, Paimon. Let's hope we find something positive at the newsstand. Maybe childhood. Childhood is always positive.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
Hmm?
What's going on?
Maybe we're finally famous.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Yeah.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
I would have assumed that her biggest scoop would be Novelette's story. I guess she still has that interview open.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
She's such a creep. It just seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Okay. I guess we'll just have to accept that. I suppose there's no way around it.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
What do you hear in the background? Is that just people? I think so. Oh no, is that the place where we got served Fonta the last time? Bad memories, bad memories.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Wow, it's cake. But it hasn't sold out already?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! I'm sure it'll be great!
Well, we can't let anyone get ahead of us, so let's grab
One
it.
slice of cake, please.
Damn it.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, yeah. Have things settled?
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
What do you mean?
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore.
Oh, Paimon,
What
don't
would
make
you
this
think?
depressing. We just had a moment of being able to breathe. Don't instantly make this depressing again.
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
I guess.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Careful, she's gonna take all of it.
These 2 slices are for you.
Oh,
Sichuan
okay.
said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
No.
Oh, you know Sichuan?
Yeah, some of the Melusines have really sweet voices, and hers is, I guess, the most natural one that we have. That's super cool. I love how much attention the NPC voice actresses and actors have gotten this time around.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
You know what? That is a horrible view to have of humans, but I'm not gonna stop her because we're getting free cake right now.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
She's so emotionless. And yet, I still feel nothing.
Alright, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Yeah, literally let them eat cake.
It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow.
Why do you put it that way, Paimon?
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
I get it. I mean, Paimon is probably starting to feel that time is closing in on us right now. And obviously that's gonna be on the back of the mind of all the characters right now, but yeah. Certainly a downer. And I kind of have the feeling that the game is showing us around Fontaine right now. Only to show what is being taken away from us.
Oh! We're near the Steambird office! Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Which is clever of the game. Like, no question, of course. But
I'm sure it'll get resolved.
I don't like where this is going.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yes, we did. Thanks for stalking us. Next time, maybe ask us if you can take pictures.
Ha! You got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Yeah, how about, like, spinning some profit? Huh?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that happened.
It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Paimon, we've just been eating.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine.
Yeah, we actually met her a few times. I'm not sure if she told you about us.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice.
In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Again?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd
No.
like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
That was live stalking, nothing else. Actually, I prefer an interview over that, so... Seriously want an interview?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Don't take too much time.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Oh, like that. I thought more of, like, a table, two chairs, you with a notebook or something, and, eye to eye? Contact? Just talking? No? Okay,
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Alright, Charlotte.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
Does she? Oh,
And what's that?
okay.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
Get parts of the views, but... Who are you gonna report to?
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
I suppose that's one way of dealing with it.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my
debatable.
job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Okay.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
There.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Yeah, I guess just living in fear is not really the way to go. In the end, it will still equally suck when everything gets flashed away, but... Does pretending that you have to do something special on that day, on a day before, change the outcome? Not really. You're probably not going to be able to enjoy that day anyways.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
She found her true calling, yeah, for sure. She's at the right place.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Usually yes, yeah.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Ultimately, we would still do the same thing. We couldn't leave, right? It's not like we had a choice. So... yeah. Why should we change anything?
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Well, you know, until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yeah, let's cherish every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yeah, pretty much. Banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina di Rosula safe house at the Flou Cendre. Thanks for the picture. Navia finished her business in passant. Even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Okay, so now that we've just fast forwarded over the nice stuff, we can jump right back into the drama, huh?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Seriously, looks like that, yeah.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede.
So were you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Oh, did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's not unexpected.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Yeah, is that unexpected?
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Yeah.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I mean, sure, it's mostly an outlet, and accusing her won't change anything as well, but they do have a point for feeling like they're Archon. They live in a world where they literally have a god that they can address physically in front of them. And she's kind of failing them. So, yeah, it makes sense.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry.
She ran away.
The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Knowing her, she's probably crying in some corner. And I don't say that in a judgmental way, I don't know how to feel about her. But that's probably what she's doing.
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Alright, I guess I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Why are you smirking at each other?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Guess that's part of the plan. Well, you sure caught on quickly, Paimon.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Yep.
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
As I said, she's fragile and obviously it affects her, but somehow she has a reason to keep everything a secret. And I don't understand why.
Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Well, looks like you're turning into a real detective, even without your glasses, which is kinda sad. I'm really missing those.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Let's go. Back to Poisson. 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 I kinda can't imagine Farina helping them out here.
Deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Yeah, and
could Farina really
of...
be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
How is she gonna relieve her guilt by, well, being in a place like this? Is that her? Yeah. Oh, Farina. What shall we make of you?
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Let's stay quiet for now, okay?
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
What is she holding out to, though?
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
And snaps right back into it. Should call her Toodles from now on, I guess. Would be fitting. So, this time you can't escape from the conversation.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
That's an obvious lie.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I'm sure they were thinking that.
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Farina, snap out of it. Stop trying to act tough. There's... What are you trying to hide from?
Of course not!
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Yeah, that would have been the case 2 months ago. You're not as popular as you were. Well, you still are, just differently now.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
What are you doing?
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Yeah, stop her. Don't... This is the first time we had a proper one-on-one chat with her. Don't let her get away.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Not a trap, not a trap, not a trap.
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
At least she won't be running away after this. God's sake, face your freaking problems, lady.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me.
Yeah, I'm glad no one has caught you now.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You know, this place, I wouldn't call it soundproof, so you might want to lower your voice.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh. Uh-oh.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
I suspect another disaster has just struck in.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
Wait, didn't we? Oh, I thought we were... Okay, never mind. So we're not trying to trap her in here. Okay.
But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Farina finally reached her limit. Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look a lot less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true.
Whoa,
I've been investigating the
talking?
prophecy for hundreds of years.
She's properly talking to us. Wow.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing.
We'll now begin the push-up section. Ready? Begin.
We'll take a break in a moment and then we'll do that.
But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
So, you've just given up, or, like... If that's so, then why don't you tell him that that's the case? I don't think you have given up completely yet, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
Then why don't you help out?
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
I'm sorry, but you failed at that already. You know what destroys hope more than... No, I think there's not a lot of things that destroy hope more than an Archon that seems totally apathetic to a disaster that is completely destroying your country. You have not shown any signs of you doing anything. Do you think that's able to kindle hope? I don't think so. And I don't think you do either. So come on, do something to help us.
Well, that's enough for now.
And
I got
right
the
back.
impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Do you make that act up just to... Like... What are you trying to protect with...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. Can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone, okay? Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. The people are more than willing to share the burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yes, in a sense.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. Come on. Yeah? Farina. You're late. I had a feeling. Farina, you had a chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
You know, in the end, this was kind of Farina's story in a nutshell. If she would, instead of waking all the time, actually start talking, she would get out of a lot of trouble. And once again, she waited too long. So, whoop.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Where did the... Oh, it's still there. Okay, never mind. Well...
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Wait, if she does refuse, will she have to fight... fight Corinne?
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
I can't... I don't know who would be stronger, actually.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
That's an unexpected reaction.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Do you think that was what she was actually thinking in a moment, or was she just like, you know, I give up, end this pain? I'm not sure.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Huh. That is... exceedingly honest.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
Who is you?
Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Did she plan for this?
Woohoo!
This seemed so prepared.
Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Us? Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
You know, we've beaten you up before, so... Oh, well, not beaten you up, but we won against you in a trial, that's what I'm trying to say. Obviously, we didn't beat you up, but... You will lose again. We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth. Yet this still turned out like this in the end. Yeah, it would have been great if she would have just told us. But yeah, it's okay though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have the chance to figure everything out. Three times the charm. Third round of the court.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Yeah?
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Plenty.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
I would have loved to see the box from the outside. Like, they must have transported that from Poisson all the way over here. That is insane.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course,
literally a freaking house,
was an Archon instead of a human.
I really want to see the mechanisms for that.
My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
You guys dug a tunnel. Oh, okay. That is, I guess, one way to... Okay. I thought they would have just, like, used the already existing holes in Poisson to, like, pull it out, transport it over. But I guess even then you wouldn't get it into the opera, so... Yeah. No, you're welcome gets me every... That is such a fair response, honestly. I think I would have reacted the same way.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
To be honest, you have not really shown anything that would prove your strength in combat. Arguably, I wouldn't say it's too surprising that she doesn't flinch.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you a last chance. We hoped that you would share the secrets with us before the magic box arrived on the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
I hope this won't miss this time, because this is like our final chance, not just yours.
It's fine.
She regrets it.
It matters not.
She does regret
What's
it.
done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yep, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but feel a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me before we arrived at the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Hi, Charlotte! And hi, Moonwatcher!
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
Wait, that's our interview? Why does our interview matter?
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Well, I guess that's a practical gift. I don't think that was her intention, though.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right?
Yep, it's already 1 for 1.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
I also hope you're not jealous. But yeah, we did that.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
The meeting with the name.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
I'm sure it's better that way. Whale and dream.
According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
The runes. Navia falling into the sea.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Tea time with N. Is that actually... Is that proper evidence? That feels a bit, To be honest, that must feel a bit made up to most people.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
I feel like that shouldn't be valid, but okay.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Let's go.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Oh. We're opening that box again.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
I love it when Lumine speaks, but it's really fitting for that situation.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Wait, are we... That is clever if that's what they're doing. They're just pushing assumptions on her, like, are you really the Hydro Archon? And we're gonna let her defend. In the end, that should help us for finding out what's really true. So even if it's just, like, wild assumptions, we should get the truth out of her. It doesn't matter if we win like this.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Why do you have to think for more than a second?
Lady Farina.
Are you kidding me?
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
I hope that thing isn't biased. That would be mean. But I guess
if you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
People only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That is a fair argument. I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Why are these grayed out? Okay, because they're completely irrelevant. Okay. So we have child's conviction. Farina doesn't know why the Oratrice decided that way. That is kind of weird. If she revealed already probed her on her own and believed that she's not really the Archon. I think that's probably what we should bring up first.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It really doesn't matter who gave us this information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Oh, that's actually generally an interesting thing that you just mentioned. Huh.
But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, you could have simply been a cursed human.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
And what can you do that humans cannot?
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait. That one trial proved the opposite. Farina has actually no control of the Oratrice at all. Yep. That was Chad's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Yeah, seems like you can't comprehend it though.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Yep, doesn't matter. She loses either way. If she defends herself, we get the information. If she loses, we'll get the information. We'll win.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Go ahead.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
Now you're saying the device is flawed, huh? Okay.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon? I would be very interested in seeing that.
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Why not?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Well, surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human vision, can they not?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
And that's why you have no power. Is that what you're trying to use that excuse for?
The cost did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives? Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
The problem is, we can't prove if that's completely wrong, or if she made that up, or if that's actually the truth.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
That is a good argument as well.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Not even the Ortries.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me?
Furina, I'm sorry, it kind of hurts me to see you go down like this, but... Why should they love you? They have like every reason to despise you at this point.
Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now?
Well,
seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
To be fair, kind of all of Sumeru's Archon Quest is a statement to the fact that this doesn't mean anything. There can be an Archon, but no one's aware of them. If you can't prove that she isn't the Archon, you can try to prove that she's just a human, and if she's only a human... Then what? Wait, okay. What else do we have? Then he's attorney. That doesn't seem related. Do you mean we should try to dissolve her? That seems a bit rash. I mean, if she's just a human, yeah, we could probably try to... Oh yeah, I guess no, that's kind of probably the one that we could go with. That is... I hate this one. If they're thinking of the same thing that I'm thinking of, she obviously wouldn't dissolve, right? Because in the end, she's, according to the prophecy, the one that remains in the end. But... that's kind of a witch's test, right? You're either a witch or you die, but I guess it's reverted this time, so I suppose it's more morally acceptable.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
Super sorry.
I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
That should really have... That shouldn't leave her with any reason to not do it, right?
But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Farina wanna touch the bodies of my dead. Oh god, that's a bit let's just say it's primordial seawater. No corpses there.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Yeah, okay. I don't see why she wouldn't try it if she's the Archon. Farina, don't do anything you don't want to do. Just saying, we don't want to have another dissolved corpse on the stage. We already had one.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Yeah, you can decline, but... like... the answer's obvious if you do.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Okay.
Hey!
She actually did it.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water!
Okay,
really,
that sounds a bit condescending.
This is not the most obvious thing in the world!
I mean, no,
Miss
not
Siegewin?
really.
If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that...
I mean, Pog, I still don't like her. She scares me.
she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
So they basically just put the drug version of it in the water?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur.
Wait, so you really are not the Archon?
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Farina.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... you...
Wait, but Farina, why... why would you have tried it? I guess I guess that somewhat goes to prove that when she was initially giving up, she kinda was potentially just ready to give up completely. She could have killed herself. What's actually going on here? Rina can't have not known the consequences of touching the water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing!
I don't know.
Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
By the prophecy?
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
No one is looking at her anymore.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
That went incredibly smooth. I thought that trial would go like a lot longer. But she kind of threw.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Come on, face whatever you're dealing with.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
I don't know what to think of that. I was kind of I was hoping that we would pretty much just prove that she's the Archon to move on to other subjects that we want to have info on. But that really just proved that she has no idea. She can't do anything. This is not a great outcome for us, is it? I said this is a win-win thing. But that doesn't really seem to help us. Did we just dethrone an Archon? Not
According
an
to
Archon.
the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Not guilty?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Furina innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Okay.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
But she's not the Hydro Archon, so we don't have to kill her.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Yeah, the fact that the oratories used Hydro Archon is kind of strange. I would have expected it to be Farina. Huh.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratories? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Yeah, as I said, this was not really the outcome I was hoping for.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
I mean, is there a higher crime than pretending to be a god? Like, I feel like that is probably one of the highest crimes you can commit in a country that has a god as a leader. That's like pretending to be the president. I don't think murder would be as highly regarded as that, because murder is just exerting force while putting yourself into the seat of a president or a god is just exerting control. That, for example, in Farina's case, caused more than just some singular death or maybe a few. She didn't hurt anyone actively. Actively.
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the oratories. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's even more strange is, instead of Farina, the oratories ran a judgment to the Hydro Archon. Exactly my words.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
Wait, is the oratories just judging Farina? But as the Hydro Archon, not similarly to what we had with Child, right? Child was considered guilty. Certainly not for the crime that we had him on. But yet he was still considered guilty. Is Farina just considered guilty for something else, but she's still the Hydro Archon?
But now, the oratory seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Even the Avatar didn't kill the Fire Lord. That's a weird comparison, but one, that's a kids show. Two, like a good kids show. Don't get me wrong. And Aang's whole thing was non-violence. So that's also a bit of a different situation here. While here we have a lot of people dead already.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
And one more chair is missing. On the right side we had 4 seats. 1 was empty, and that was Siege Queens. Here we have 4 seats. 2 are empty. 1 probably for Fremine. The other one for Alekino? I don't know. But the right one got filled, so I'm assuming this one is also gonna get filled.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With some help of the other Fatui, Femina brings in a stone.
That the first prophecy slate?
Those are Oceaners, right? The old Hydro Archon putting a blessing on a person? bringing, I don't know, kind of like the mediator between the people. I assume the black people are real humans. And the Oceanids? I'm not... Or is she creating them? From Oceanids? Could also be. Guess we're gonna learn.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremenade to try and find the missing slate!
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Certainly not too late for you to shine now.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremenade. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Yeah, don't worry, you can rewatch it, be neutral. It's gonna be uploaded anyways, so it's fine, don't worry.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Yep. I'm equally curious as I suppose Luminous.
So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like... the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings. Oh man, I'm so spot on!
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the real-life events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Let's see if we can puzzle them together now, because the middle ones didn't quite make too much sense to me. Select to check the description of the stone slates to extract the key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slates, contents in the incident recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water levels in the menu interface will rise. When you have finished verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. I'm still kind of...
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
I'm still kind of like concerned about what the actual deal with the Farina that we have sitting here is. But I think we'll come back to that. Yeah, I'm also kind of disappointed that Paimon doesn't get her glasses again.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Yeah, it certainly would explain, for one, why it only affects humans from Fontaine. And I guess what with humans say we say what comes from the earth will return, kind of. I'm not sure if that's the actual wording, but it's kind of like that for water for them.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Was just the fact of creating humans? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, that's basically it, yeah. It's a bit different in German, I think. But pretty much that, just with water. Was her sin that she created human life? in the most views that we have of God in our world, that is probably a primordial sin.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
So they were protecting her?
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay. It seems to okay. The stone slates in the rune showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. The first piece that was originally missing has been found by Fremine. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn oceans into people. Oh, wow. Yeah, that doesn't... okay. Fontanians are oceanists, yeah, seems like it. When I said that a few minutes ago, the thing that went through my mind was reproduction. That is probably weird, but then again, I don't know if that's an issue for oceanists and stuff. So I'm better not gonna comment on it. Yeah, he has been dissolving them. We don't know why he was guilty yet. What is that about? Sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone. As nearly broken, was only temporarily pushed back. Now we are falling to the sea water. Yeah, that is connected with the other one. What does Furina say? After the court proved that Furina is not the Hydro Archon, the verdict displayed on the oratories was actually the Hydro Archon guilty. Okay. I think this kinda goes back to show that they can be turned like into oceanids, not the other one.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Yeah, okay. This might be the reason. It seems very likely, but yeah. Chose Celestia floating and the Hydro Archon enter people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. I'm not sure if that's what okay, my reason why I think it might be this one, because the impartial judgment also faced, but that's also the same with this one. Okay, wait, no, I'm gonna reconsider. That is the other one. It's either that one or this one. I mean, you got judged guilty in the end, even though not for the right crime? I don't know.
That doesn't sound quite right.
This one is certainly for this one. This one I would put here. That doesn't seem fitting. And that is also kind of the same argument as child. I mean, in the end, it still forms the judgment. I'm not sure.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Sentence never before passed in the court of judgment has been handed down to the Hydro Archon. Just what kind of sin merits such a verdict? That won't mean that the oratories is way more connected to Celestia than the Archon himself. Which I guess makes sense, because the noses is the part that connects them, right? So it kind of makes sense. Navia fell into the water and seemed like people are protecting her.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
And finally, statement of N.
That doesn't
Wait,
sound
really?
quite...
You think so? Okay, never mind. I was very confident with that one. Will eventually be solved. So, I guess this one as well proves that it will happen eventually. It's been only temporarily pushed back. Yeah, okay.
Prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
I think N was more focused on the fact that there's still a
They'll
chance of
dissolve
solving
into the
it.
primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
There we go.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations!
I think a lot of those things are not known to the public, if I'm not wrong.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that, I'm sorry to you all, Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
That must be a weird thing to hear. Don't worry, it's get better.
Fontanians were
It's getting
originally
better.
created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Are they called Oceanids? I also always called them Oceanids. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna go with Oceanids now.
Indeed.
Wait, so is that basically a country of no one? Would a country like Fontaine even have a god if there's no people? I don't see why it would have one. Well, the second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was a creation of the Fontanians from the Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
That makes kind of sense, yeah.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
That must feel horrible. You get, like... That is... I would kind of feel guilty for that if I were a person. I guess that explains why they came in to protect her when she fell into the sea.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
I'm not sure. It feels kind of weird to say that the prophecy had a fuck up, so I'm not too convinced with that. The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as we already widely know it.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That makes sense as well. The creations of the humans is reversed, and what Celestia despised her doing finally is over again. Dude, why would Celestia put an Archon on like a land without people? No wonder they wanted to create people. All the other Archons have like their folk. Why wouldn't she?
Did Paimon get all that right?
I think so.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Usually the rulers of one species aren't exactly allowed to create species or create another life creation. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I think in most beliefs that we have, in our human belief systems, it's kind of like a no-go to create life. Like outside of how humans do it. Let's not get into that once again.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Alright. Let us in on the information then.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Doesn't that kind of make, oh damn, got her name. How do I forget her name all the time? It's such a catchy name, kind of. Gold, the other version of Gold. So, Gold should also be on the radar of Celestia then, right? With her creating all kinds of life. Wouldn't be surprising to see her being attacked next. Or at least one of the future targets. Rheindotter, there we go. Okay, yeah. Okay, let us in on the truth, Mr. Novelet, monsieur. Sorry.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Go ahead, this is gonna be... Okay, never mind. Just the 2 seats here are actually now taken. Fine. Just a slight remark. It's kind of surprising that during the trial of the Hydro Archon, supposedly Hydro Archon, there's still seats that are empty.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
I still think it's kind of cruel that Celestia put an Archon on a land without humans, while all the others, apparently all the others, got a normal human species. Kind of unfair, especially considering how the beings there longed to be a human race.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Probably better for you and your sanity.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Yeah, but this is really probably too much.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So, what is the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
So we kinda did a big oopsie here. Fuck.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know. You remember how I said this is a win-win situation? Kind of feels like a lose-lose one now. I sincerely don't know what to do.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
And now we're losing all hope.
If that's the case, Does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
We're one step ahead of that, but... yeah. It's probably gonna happen, huh?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Oh, please do.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Yeah.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Oh, the whale. Why would Child have seen it though? Are you speaking of the whale?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
She saw a child floating in the sea. In a dream as well as an indescribably massive whale. Also, can we just read this one out to the general public? Because I feel like they have given up all hope. So, would be kind of good to just let them know that.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
But what is that thing? Why was it dormant all the years and now it's... now it's raging? Oh no. Yeah, go, run. Is that just a massive oceanite? I could really use a god now. Were you fighting that thing all the time? You're so badass. Hell yeah, they're so much cooler when they work together. Oh my god, I love the polygonized tail, it looks so sick. You guys finally get to team up, huh? Did he just... I'm not sure if that was like...
That was way too close!
Um,
I'm going down again.
How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Or was that a like... I'm not good. I'm not... Like, he didn't look as if he was in a good shape. He was just giving us a dislike. I don't know. If you think so, leave a dislike now. No, I don't know. I'm not sure actually. But he instantly dropped back into a hole, so I think it was more like, I'm going down again. I don't know. I'd wager this is also the one the child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Huh? But if it's not part of Tevat, it's also not something from Celestia, and then why would it... Then why would it be interested in taking the Fontanians down?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Okay, that gives the thing a motive, but...
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah, typical child.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
I don't see how... But then Celestia just doesn't bother with that original sin anymore? Like, that thing is from outside of Teyvat, according to Novelette, right? However he knows that. I don't know.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
Well, so you guys got nothing to lose, I'm sorry, but...
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
No.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but what? But if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Whoa. Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? I mean, I guess we do have a boat and all. And Furina is kind of already crying on her throne right now. Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me when in the last moment in the giant box? What was her real secret? I mean, we could ask her. Or not.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Wait, it can't. Why can't it do that?
Farina!
She's already crying on her throne.
No,
But
I still need answers.
oh no, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Oh, she looks so pretty in the form. Oh,
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Is that the same voice actress? She sounds so different.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure
that's the same
sign
one.
that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot to be dropped in, not gonna lie.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Yeah.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
So that would leave her to be able to be dissolved, right? I mean, okay, we don't really know how exactly the Fallen Archon picks a new one. But apparently they don't get spawned in, they pick one of the existent people?
Yes, I was.
I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
You could say that.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Not gonna lie, I kinda love the divinity part of you. It's very talkative in a good way. Compared to Farina, which is honestly a bit of a mess of a person.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Yeah, just that you created a pubescent teen. I wouldn't quite say she's at the point that she's a normal human.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Oh, yeah.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
The divine side of you is quite cold, though. I think maybe if we could bring those two together again, it would be great, but it seems like it's part of the bigger picture, huh?
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
It depends a bit on how I interpret her words. But for once it sounds as if she's basically saying, I split up a part of me, and I'm sacrificing it. But she also kind of makes it sound as if it's the better part of herself that she split off. Unfortunately, that's the part that isn't divine. That is... I mean... Does that really make for a good solution?
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Yeah.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Yikes. Did no villagers see that, or did we see that, or did we both witness that? I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Oh, okay, so this is... No, we're now in Furina's world and he was in Focalors. Okay. Furina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. That's more like a reflection of her inner self. If I can speak directly to that, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this is an opportunity not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Spotlight's on her, huh? Should have made her into an introvert with social anxiety, would have been perfectly fine. Probably would have been better, yeah.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me. Come on, Furina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I'm kind of confused. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Kind of terrified me. I don't see an audience that you're performing for, though.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
What she says versus what she's thinking.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off here. There's no getting through to her. Even in the heart of the hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Turn off the lights. First thing.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ah, damn it.
There is no escape! Bombs away!
She begged for us to turn it off. That
Don't
is...
be scared.
For her.
Now you shall perish! Not now. Rest and rebuild.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait,
Don't worry.
where are the guards? Guards!
I'll help you that they're not watching anymore.
Allow me. Cole, learn to command. Go! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered!
What a better. Lights are off now. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A trinket. When did that end up here? A ticket, not a trinket. Never mind. Oh, I'm supposed to watch? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. Oh, this is gonna get really depressing, I feel. Oh, I don't even want to go to the mirror. That's gonna be 100% depressing. I don't wanna.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
I'm not sure if they did that on purpose, but Volsalor seems so much taller, but she's ultimately just standing on a pedestal. She's way above Furina. I'm not sure if that's some meaning, but it's certainly something.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Somewhat. Dude, you know how much of a horrible person you are? Imagine yourself. What would you do if someone tells you, yeah, you can save everyone, but you're gonna have to suffer for it? If you're a decent person, you're gonna accept it. But like, letting you suffer through 500 years of torment is a bit much.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer?
I feel like it's unfair to say that it's fine because she's doing it to herself. Because it's, I think, equally unethical if I just create a clone of myself and then let it experience all the bad things in my life so that I can deal with the good parts. Is that ethically correct just because I'm doing it to a different version of myself? I think it still is a very... I mean, I can see why false laws would think it's a solution to the problem by only affecting herself effectively, while not causing everything to go down. But yeah, maybe we think of her as two identity or two individuals while she really doesn't. I think it's morally incorrect nonetheless.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Yep.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
I just realized she still has short hair. That really fits her.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Wait, that is like right in the beginning? The reason why that seems a bit weird to me is considering how long it took for Nahida to basically grow into a fully grown god. But I guess ultimately they are very different from each other. This is a little bit strange.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Which is what she ultimately did in our trial.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try.
Man, this sucks so
I'll
hard
try
for her.
to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
We could tell her the actual truth of how long it will take, and she would have no option than still accept it. She kind of made it impossible for her to not accept it, because she split off a part of her that she knew would pursue justice, and obviously it's unjust to put yourself above the life of all the others. So she kind of created a part of herself that no matter what would accept. I can't help but feel it's cruel, but then again I don't know if there's a better solution to this.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah, you won't when it actually happens. Scene 2. A session speech for Rena. Also, by the way, it's super fitting for her to like go through all of this on a stage. Like, there's no better choice for that. Was it Ascension? I think it was Ascension, probably. I'm really curious how that played out. We've never seen the crowning of a god.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
I see where this is going. Summon your courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese.
Yep, you're quite human if you do that. And that's what you were supposed to reject.
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
It sounds as if you just accepted a job. If you're earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close it off politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Yep. Obviously you can't be yourself if you yourself are a human that are supposed to pretend a god. So she's gotta put up the persona.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
Yeah, she just presented a perfect leader for a normal country, but not an almighty god.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
I hate that. You're not fated. I mean, you are, but no one should be forced to.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them?
Yeah, her humanity just toodled away. Or her individuality,
it seems
I guess.
that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Oh, it won't. It really won't.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction this time.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
And we turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
What does happen if we actually close it politely? Like, obviously that's what she would do. But it's out of purpose. That wouldn't fit. She wouldn't do that. Is it worth checking that out? Or is it overwritten anyways? I want to see what happens then.
No, this won't work.
Yeah.
They'll suspect me again.
Okay.
I must play the role that they want me to play.
There we go. Then, do it empathetically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Quest, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
I feel really bad for her. I think everyone... Why is it flickering? I think everyone probably had moments in their life where their subconscious is always telling them how to act. And that's just not a fun way to live. That it seriously sucks. It's just awful. And she's pressured into that. She doesn't have a choice. I don't like this. Scene 3, Opera House, Farina. Yes, she is the main character in all of the stages. Wakes up and to the desk we go.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come Now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
Oh, she's looking forward to that. Oh.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
I think you're the only one who really wants the trial. Because... oh man, I'm so sorry for her. No one would wish to have that trial, but... for her it's the end.
That's true,
Agony.
fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Just realized that's also why it was so terrifying for her when Alekino took her down and kind of had the feeling that she's not a real Archon. Because she was not afraid of dying. I mean, probably in that moment, yes. But ultimately afterwards, it probably was a big issue for her because she gets exposed. That would end 500 years of agony in a way that made them all worthless. Yeah. That makes sense why she felt so incredibly uncomfortable around her. Aside from the fact that she nearly was murdered.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Yet she's still pretending. So, she probably didn't fix it. It was something else. So it's kind of hard for her to even, like, really accept all the praise she's getting. Because it's all a show. She doesn't get anything out of this than to fulfill her sense of judgment. Or justice, sorry.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that why they have created floating cubes of water?
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Yeah, that's a full day of your work, huh? Besides an opera visit, I guess.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
It must suck so much knowing that on track means the fulfillment of the prophecy. It's so I hate it.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
She has to be a negligent god just to...
Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House. Again, I think.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Random thought, but that's probably also why she instantly kind of wanted to get us in a trial, no? She knows that we solved issues of country, so best option is to kind of involve us into a trial against her. That clever little bean, out of desperation.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
I mean, of course she would want that as soon as possible. This is pure agony. Putting up a show 24/7. Maybe getting to rest from putting up that show when you are actually asleep. If at all. Considering that it's also in her subconscious at this point. This is horrible.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about.
Like, let alone this is going to bed thinking, okay, I think today I didn't mess up, so let's do the same thing tomorrow again. I have no life, but at least nothing is slipping through. That's not a way to live.
I just don't know when these days will end.
Yeah, no, she's literally the whole circus. Because the entire show revolves around her. Look at her eye makeup.
I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's kind of... I always consider it's just some very eccentric eyeliner... No, not eyeliner. What is it called? Mascara, there we go. But yeah, they kind of resemble a clown's look. I'm not sure if that's intentional. Probably though, because they're very noticeable. Oh yeah, since she's playing a role all the time? Makes sense, yeah. Scene 5, Opera House. Always being watched, by the way. Like, these things are everywhere. 24/7. Except the one time when she's at the bed. I kind of expected something like that to happen.
Lady Farina, it's like
was
a
it
dream being
18,000?
able to speak with you up close like this.
That's just 40 years in, I think. Yep. That's 40 years in, or 50, I think. What was it? messed it up. Saying something stupid. Wait, no, never mind. I'm dead. I mistyped. Okay, that's like 500 years. Okay. So I think I missed a 0 and then it was 49. So now it's roughly 500 years.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Jesus Christ.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice.
Many generations of torment.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
All these audiences, the long waiting lists that she boasted about. That's all pain.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Besides, if she could have gotten to tell it to us, I guess that would work. Man.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
I feel so like, man, she's just working towards her demise. It's not even gonna be a good ending for her.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
One 8.276 599.66 499.66.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
That's today.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Yeah, it must be terrifying. My voice. It's the scene from when we were within the giant magic box. This is great. I didn't think that scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it
So
with
much
me.
more sense now.
I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I?
But is it worth the risk?
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
Yeah, I get why she wouldn't instantly go to tell us. She waited. I was complaining about her waiting, but of course you would wait, because risk it all for your own sake, which in the end is exactly the only reason why she's doing all of this is because she values herself less than the entirety of Fontaine. So doing anything like that would be for her own sake. And that as a risk?
No, Farina.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be selfish.
She would see it as selfish, that makes sense.
But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
I'm sure no one would complain, but...
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Yeah. That makes sense. I was hoping she would open up, but ultimately it doesn't make sense. She doesn't put herself first.
Fine.
After 500 years? You wouldn't risk it.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
He must feel so sorry for how he screamed at Farina in the beginning.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
Yeah.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Yes, oh, that's from the thing above her.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I don't like her. I said in the beginning that I like her more in the way she speaks more openly. I hate her guts. I absolutely despise her.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice.
Oh, so you're at least taking yourself down with her.
But really,
Did I get that right?
some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
You're not just ruining Farina's life, you're also completely destroying the throne with yourself? I mean, yeah, that's certainly gonna bother Celestia. I hope that's not a wrong gamble that they will drop the prophecy from that? I don't...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
You think he's gonna take that as like a praise that he's once again the one who's gonna be in power? You think he's gonna be happy that he's the birth from all the torment?
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the
I don't like that
prophecy
she's
and
suddenly
ensuring
right.
that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Don't dance it off. What a show you put on, Focalors. Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wish you could. End it. Come on.
I, Iudex Nouvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
I hope Farina can at least live a decent life after those 500 years. I'm not sure if it's possible. So you're the leader now, no?
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Now it can.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained your power? Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Okay, show me your powers, Nouvelet. Let's end this horror. I'm still not sure where this thing came from, though.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Okay, sure.
The night is cold.
Can I hurt you?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Not now.
Destroy the eye with what? With height?
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Wipe out!
I don't think we have a choice.
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Okay.
Now you shall perish!
Oh, okay.
Who
wrote that song?
Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Ah!
Illusion shattered.
And where do I get the power from?
Not now.
Torrent, bring refuge!
I like that. I like that stuff. Use the power of humor. Where do I get the power from? Don't I usually collect it? I don't have any Fontanian character with me. Wait, no, the music is not timed to the attacks, is it? I don't think so. Sometimes seems like it.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
Water jet!
The night is cold.
Hold the line!
I mean, I know the Traveler has some special ability. I thought we still need to, like, pick that up? No?
There is no escape.
Ooh, close call.
Bombs away!
Okay. Suck and dry, come on. Oh. Did you just help us, or?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Okay, so please, I know people say it's Skirk, but I don't know who Skirk is. I need elaborations.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Okay, okay, elaborate.
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Who is your master, and why? What is your master's pet? This thing?
Power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Why does even Paimon know it and I don't?
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Ouch.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
I don't remember him naming that in the first act. I totally don't remember that.
So you may speak to me as equals.
So, what sort of person would take the all-devouring novel as a pet? She must be either from outside of this world or Celestia?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
I mean...
All in all, it fails as a pet.
And your endeavors of creating a pet in the end is why we have this whole issue?
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
I don't think that's something that means a lot to her.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who?
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Foul Legacy, yeah.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Oh.
Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Yeah, those last two names certainly are known to me.
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Oh, great.
What?
Guess there's little to be surprised about that. It was inevitable in the end. It is natural after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this from the very beginning and we accepted it. Oh well, we didn't know it from the beginning, but at this point we accepted it. I sure hope the boats that Risley was building are now in full action as well. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
And we salvaged that now, right?
Hey! Help! Over here!
Is that normal seawater then? But it's a lot for sure. I guess I guess we took the primordial seawater already. Wait, is the water so... Oh god. That's scary. Oh, okay. There we have the ship.
All hands initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
There must still be so many people that would drown.
Hey, lend a hand!
There must be so many drowned people. Is that ship flying?
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Let's not shout it out too loud in case Celestia does hear it. But I guess the prophecy is over nonetheless.
Are you alright?
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong.
No, it wasn't wrong. The prophecy wasn't wrong, that's the whole point. But she's free, yeah. I really wonder what her character quest is about. I assume she's probably not even gonna take the role of the Archon anymore, because, like, hell no.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Yeah, I guess from now on it's the 6, not the 7 anymore. I suppose actually more like the 5, considering that Zhongli also kinda stepped down and gave his ruling up to someone else, though it not being a elemental being. Yeah, but I assume she's not gonna pretend to be the leader of the country anymore. I wouldn't want her to, because that's... I don't know what she's gonna do. I'm really curious where she's gonna put herself. Yeah, Zhongli is still basically there. Let's say it's the 4.5, the 5.5. Technically, Zhongli is still there, or the whole thing. While Fontaine is completely off the maps now. I guess that also means there's no Gnosis for the Fatui to steal. That's something I never thought would happen in this game. I guess it's a lose for both of the sides this time, but still.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
I hope they're making out. Well, I guess we just never got the chance to meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
I swear I've never heard the name Skirk. I know it apparently was mentioned in the Archon Quest, but I swear I've never heard the name. That completely went past me. I hope you only mentioned it once, and otherwise it's really unfortunate that I didn't hear it.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Is it just me, or is it kinda unnecessary to have a flying ship in this scenario? Like, wouldn't a normal ship do? Why does it have to be flying? Oh, fine by me. Well, the articles sure do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too!
Yeah,
wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Don't call us
And also,
that.
with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Good chances, yeah.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
But your chances are, like, a lot higher with us, let's face it.
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Oh god. Is that from the... No, that's from the Archon Quest. Okay. We'll check that out later. Oh god. Okay, it all looks pretty decent. I hope that... I don't know, where were we going? Oh, we're not going there. Okay. I would kind of love if the Opera Epiclis would be the way we saw it in from a view of Arena, with all the trees and all the things racked around for like a few weeks, or maybe a version. But I know that would be a lot of hassle. Yeah, Skirk looks so honkai. Seriously. That's why I instantly thought she's a god. On a scale of 1 to 10, how annoying is it if I run to the toilet real quick? It's been like 5 hours. I'm gonna do it real quick. I'll be right back. I don't have dubstep for you guys to listen to, so you're gonna have to just enjoy the breeze. I'll be right back.
Why do I have to write so many papers? Why? How did I do that? Even when we're not looking up at the stars, they're always there, watching over us. Okay.
legs are so sore.
Okay.
Guess I must have been
There we go.
sleepwalking last night. Again.
Sorry, she probably just permanently yawned in your ears. Okay, what happened? To be honest, yeah, if she is actually from Honkai, that wouldn't be too surprising, would it? She's otherworldly, so I don't know. We don't know where the Traveler is from. Imagine actually we get a game someday that is from the world where the Traveler originates from. That would be kind of strange, but I would be in for it. Okay. Let's go over to Bazaar. I should have teleported into Bazaar. That's underneath, right? Yeah. At this point, we can just fly. I don't have Fontaine gliders. I also don't have... I don't think I have... Oh no, I think I got them. Wait. No, I don't even have them yet. I'm really trying to backtrack through it, but it's... I'm trying. I'm like 2 versions behind at this point.
Oh, the weather's terrible. Shoot, if I can't see the sky tonight, I really can't put off my star mapping homework any longer.
Yeah, I don't have time for all of those side missions. Like mega casual. Which is funny because Genshin is kind of the game that I play like the most. I think last patch I ended up playing this game with the battle pass finished on level 1. And this was probably still the game I played the absolute most. I just don't have much time for games anymore. It's sad, but it's life.
Navia!
That's also why I'm not super deep on the lore that is from like 50 different world quests that accumulated and are compiled by some special people. Unfortunately, I can't keep up with that. Literally not possible.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too!
That is the first time someone has ever reacted like that. I don't think anyone ever went like, ooh, Fatui guy, hello. It also sounded kind of like she was trying to rizz him up, but okay.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
I'm not looking forward to pronouncing those names. I'm already struggling here.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
You know, for once I wouldn't have been mad if the game brought back 2 NPCs that were killed. But I think it's right that they don't. I think it's right, actually.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
What a softie.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
They're really not fine with being considered the good guys, huh?
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
I think world quests are also pretty damn good. And I always enjoy when I can get into those, but the amount of time they deserve or require to play through is just a lot higher.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina, so she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Well, she mostly just pointed her sword at them.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
There's such a great coupling with the colors. That works so well.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Smile, Lumine. Okay, actually smiles. Aww, Paimon's such a cutie.
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
A few. You're like my sister.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
A few more pictures. Takes 50.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
Oh, I love you.
Wow, you
I
really
love her.
do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
The Fatui would be interested in knowing how to build those connection chains.
In truth, all Monsieur
Can we
Nervillette
get
asked
rid of
me
this
was,
guy?
when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
The Narcissenkreuz quest is the one that starts with the hydro animals, right? Oh,
You seem
okay,
curious
wait,
about the
kind of in a weird
fortress.
spot now.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
Yeah, that's what he's good at.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow.
He's such a third
it's like
wheel.
we've got a menu or something. Sure.
I guess
Good.
fifth wheel, but in this situation more of a third one.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr.
Oh, never mind,
Snezhovich?
he actually gets involved.
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhovich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh.
This is
Is
such
it
an
just
awkward
me,
position to
or
stand in.
Did you get a new lipstick?
Oh, wasn't that from Sichuan?
I did.
Yeah.
It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
See, I pick up on some details. Also, their color composition works out great as well. Red, yellow, red, yellow, blue. Not the other way around. Finale. Is that the right teleporter this time? I think so. Also, as much as I was kind of picking on that Fatui guy, it's really nice to actually see that they are helping. Even if they have different motivations, it's nice to have them around at all. More important than Skirk. Yeah, it's way more important. Like, why would I even... I know Child mentioned a master a few times. But, like, there was always... Yeah, he has a master person. Probably a higher up. Or someone from Stishnaya that he got to know. I never put in more than that.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Is there? Most of the things I remember is terror and basically spending weeks here only to find out that we actually didn't achieve anything.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Hey.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Do you know Child fell into the abyss when he was young? Yeah, I think he mentioned that on the sly once. It was more like... he either mentioned that in that event why I have in the Shikitaijo event, or or it's somewhere in his character profile as well, but I never delved into that, so I just heard it. That's it.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
Also, at that point, when I heard it the first time, in general, it's a bit hard to imagine what they exactly mean by I fell into the abyss. Yeah.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
He's not gonna be the focus, but close to that probably. Okay. This is mean. Don't take pictures of the prisoners. Oh wait, no, that's okay, no, never mind.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Those are not prisoners.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you, then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on.
I'm sorry for calling them prisoners. I just thought that she was taking pictures of random people in the first moment, okay? I really hope we get confirmation that they're a couple, though.
The boat
Please.
that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Ha! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
He really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth. Yeah, that's her skill, I guess.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
No, we don't want to try that, by the
Hey,
way.
Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Why is she waving to the camera?
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
I mean, it did all that it had to do, no?
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, just
Yeah, I don't think he wants that. That's the issue.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You walk with Risley for a while and share some news from above ground.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Oh.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Well.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties.
I mean, at least without the primordial sea about to collapse on you, so...
As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
She's not pressing for overtime?
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
Oh, we're going right back to where we started.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Nah, he's too cool for that.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lurvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
They probably do, yeah. So where are they? Ah, here. So what's going on, my dear couple?
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the flying ship may have many uses in the future, and the journalist asked me what I thought of them. Seriously, how would I know anything about that? Flight is just flight. Whether people want to use a flying ship to broadcast good news or organize weddings is none of my beeswax.
A wedding? Huh.
Oh no.
Why are you looking at me like that?
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
To be honest, that would be pretty romantic. Like, using that ship for that. After you two build it.
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and what does that have to do with us anyway?
True. What does that have to do with us?
To be honest, she seemed more interested than him this time around. I'm gonna miss this place, so I really hope that we won't be here next time. Alright, I think it's back to where it all started. Like, really, really to where it all started. Our first encounter with the Archon. Man, so many things have changed now that she's... Now that we know what has been going on back there. Ah, you know what? No. We're not waiting for the lift to come up, only to bring us down. Who do I spot? Lynette? Yeah. Literally the beginning. I hope they're all saying thanks for those baskets that they got.
How did you know?
Oh my, why are you here again? Wait, no, we came with you. Okay, never mind. I was like, why is she stalking us? But no, you came with us. It's fine.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Yep.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
I would like one of those pockets, though.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Excuse me.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Poor Fremine.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Ah, this poor man.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
Yeah,
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Ooh, that's nice, though. Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Certainly not with an oxygen tank.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
She has like drawers filled with pictures of everyone.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Well, I'm doing alright. I hope you all as well.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
And I'm grateful that you put in a good word for us.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
I hate everything. Bye. Fine. Fine. Screw my hopes. Sure. Okay, I guess it's confirmed. We're not gonna have an exception to the rule. You know, I thought at least this one is gonna kind of dissolve, because I would have assumed that the Gnosis are connected to the existence of an Archon. But okay, fine. Fine. I would have been fine with them going like, yep, there's only 6 Gnosis now, so we're only gonna get 6 instead of 7. But no. Okay, fine.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Yep, that's certainly a reason to give a Gnosis away. Sure.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
To be fair, actually, at this point, I'm just willing to see what happens if they get all the Gnosis. They want to screw over Celestia, so let them go for it. We have no reason to defend Celestia, I think. Yeah. And I mean, they don't have a god, so they don't really need a Gnosis. I suppose this is the second most... Well, okay, I think Nahida giving away her Gnosis makes a lot of sense. A giving away her Gnosis was an absolute dumpster fire. Oh, well, it was not A actively, but the situation that led to it. Okay, Venti was not his fault, but he's too weak to even carry one, which is kind of sad. Zhongli, like seriously, no, that was a horrible deal. This one, I guess I can also kind of relate to, because they have no use for it.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Okay, we'll check it out.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
Yeah, is he back? Like, what happened to him?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Ah, well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies. I don't know what that is supposed to mean.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Is that Alakino? Yeah, okay, that voice just sounded a bit different.
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes.
Can we at least see it?
Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep it to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
I'm gonna be honest, out of all the Harbingers, I didn't expect us to team up with the knave. She always seemed to me to be not the most, but certainly one of the least approachable ones. But okay. Actually, I just remembered something. Can you help us deliver this?
A vision?
Oh, it's a vision. That's his vision.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Damn it, I thought we could keep it. Oh no.
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Picture time.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
Ah, man. Being a harbinger in this world is kind of cool, though. Because you have pretty high power while still being a relatively independent person. Must feel pretty decent, not gonna lie.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Now, I think the
Farewell.
most approachable one is probably still Child. And, I mean, I was about to say Scaramouche as well, but Wanderer maybe, not Scaramouche.
Farewell, Father.
Goodbye.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
You take a magic pocket and you take one. Everyone takes a magic pocket.
To move things about?
We can put Paimon in there.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
And the Rosemarine Harbor is still the Rosemarine Harbor. Everything is steady, fortunately.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Thanks.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Well, he does have some explaining to do. I would also love to meet Verena before we... Like, I mean, honestly, I hope that she isn't... That she doesn't really have much to talk to us about, but I think she needs someone to vent, so... We are here. Now that we know what happened, I'm very much willing to listen. Foxy already gifted some today. You need to stop. Thank you, though. You really need to stop. You're making me feel guilty. Meanwhile, the Archon was the one who's guilty. Oh wait, no, he was behind. He was walking up and down. Wait, he's the Ultra boss now, right?
Ooh, he really is there!
Oh, there's still the still the Hydroculus down here that I said I will pick up later.
So, you really are here, Neverlette. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Novelet sighs slightly before telling the truth concerning what happened on the day. Focalor decided to receive the Heavenly Principle and use Farina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
So they're like real humans now.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Okay. And if you would have decided to say they're guilty, that would have been a massacre, huh?
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
So you could say at this point, the Fontanians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Does that mean we have kind of caused an Oceanid extinction? Besides the ones that got dissolved? By the way, still Rip Malus and Silver. They will surely be missed. About the initial verdict that was passed on Child, yeah, I'm still curious about what that was actually about. I was thinking it might have been like for this, something related to this quest, but seems to be something else.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Wait, so he awakened it?
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
That is... Thank you, Paimon, for asking me a question. I was too shy to ask that one.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Oh.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Oh.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Okay.
Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Wait, is that the third time we're asking Novelet? I think in the first Archon Quest we asked him the questions in the end. And I think maybe that was not a question thing, but it's at least the second time. So What's the future of Fontaine gonna look like? Without an Archon and stuff?
Yeah,
Or
about that.
without...
Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Well-deserved rest, yeah.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't take a lifetime to heal from those scars, though I'm not sure.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
Can we maybe see the dragon form?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Okay.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
You're too lazy to make a dragon model, probably. Though I'm really curious to see it. It's the same with Ya and Miko. I wanna see their beast forms or whatever they are really called.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Oh, true. That's a big problem, isn't it? Doesn't like your whole society run on that?
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
Quick, you need to fill the plot hole.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Plot hole is filled, okay.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, now the real deal though. Where the nose is at.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Yeah.
As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, it's kind of fair. So, which country are we heading to next? Natlan, I think, right? Anything you want to tell us about that?
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Oh, okay. Nation of Fire, Nation of Dragons, makes sense, yeah.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
I wonder if we're gonna see those dragons in the next few updates already.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Okay, another warlord. Great.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I mean, they got more than one for every nation, right?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Or were they exactly 7? No, they have more. Now I think I'm out of questions. I'm looking forward to meeting Farina because I think we have to talk a lot.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
Mm-hmm.
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface.
Okay.
It went something like this.
Continue?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet? Whoa!
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The remains?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Wait.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
Oh.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
That's big.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
So that kind of makes sense that they're collecting it now. Will the Fatui be able to reconstruct them? That would... I mean, maybe that would help them overthrow them, actually.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
But, wait, what number is our brother or sibling then? I would have assumed he's one number earlier, but... I guess he's not then? I mean, it took us a few hundred years to wake up. I'm not sure which number he was, but I assume he's not the third one. That would be kind of horrible.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, our sibling was not listed there. Yeah, let's call it that.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Alright, bye-bye. I guess we'll not see you again then, if I read that correctly.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
I suppose that's actually quite big. If we learn more about what the third descender actually did and who he is, that would make it more potent.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
I was about to say, did someone, like, cast the remains of that person into chess pieces? Actually, that's kind of a thing Celestia would do, no? I could imagine him doing that. They defeat the third descender and make chess pieces out of them. That does seem pretty in line on what they do. Yeah.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
They bring misfortune? A descender. She mentioned one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to the descenders. And two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
Let's hope we don't get turned into chess pieces.
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
I suppose. So yeah, because it does. It does. How else would we be able to pick up all the elements?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
So we are kind of like a booster package. I think we're kind of in danger if people find that out.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Well, don't worry, I won't go down so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
Yeah.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I think that was what she wanted. Maybe not what she deserved. At least not what Furina deserved, that's for sure.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Oh, nevertheless, I am deeply depressed. Can you fix that?
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare yourself.
How would you rate the quest as freaking damn good? It put so many pieces together that didn't make a lot of sense in the beginning. I still am kind of confused about what actually causes the prophecy now. Because it doesn't seem as if Celestia had too much of an involvement in that. Which is a bit strange, not gonna lie. There's actually still some dots that have to be connected. I'm not sure if we can connect them yet. Because some are somehow related to Child's past, which
terrible.
is strange enough in and of itself.
If I can't see the sky tonight...
I never expected Child to be so important.
I really can't put off my star mapping homework any longer.
And I'm really concerned and confused what's gonna happen with Furina. Also, I wonder... As a matter of fact, I'm not pulling for an Archon if I pull now, do I? Yeah, I think there's been Archon quests that were better, but this one, I think, did its job pretty damn well. Like, it tied it off in a way that was, in my opinion, kind of not really how I expected they would have done it. But yeah, it's not the strongest. Doesn't mean it's a bad one, but it's not the strongest out of all of them. But it did some things that I was never... that I never expected them to do. Like, changing our assumption of who is an Archon. Deleting an Archon. And... yeah, I don't know. It was very unique. I loved the court scenes. The court scenes never failed. They were always nice. But I'm so excited to play Furina's quest because I want to know what is she gonna do now? Is she gonna live a normal life? Is she gonna keep, I don't know, performing something? I would assume she won't. Really looking forward to that. I don't know. To be honest, I'm kind of... I really want her. But she's not even an Archon anymore. Like, she lost a lot of appeal. She did lose quite a lot of appeal. This is super mean saying this, but I'm always still gonna go for it. But ultimately, she's not an Archon. Which is strange. Wait, where does our Furina... Does Furina use a vision now? Or how does she even use elemental power? Technically she was. So we're gonna pull for an X-Archon. Okay. Watch me get her in the first 10 pull. Damn it. Close enough though. Let's get Charlotte first then. Yep, okay. Yep, got it. We're not getting anything that I wanted. Oh, how many? That was more than 10 items, no? Oh, it's 10 items, never mind. The gameplay is certainly Archon level, that's what matters. I mean, does the community consider her the Archon? They do, right? I mean, Furina herself was never the Archon to begin with. But I assume people talk about her as the Archon, right? Anything else seems a bit strange to me. Okay. 3, 2, 1. This one should be it. What? Oh my god. Okay. If we get her within 30 pulls, it's fine. Can we get Charlotte? Streamer luck. Oh yeah. If you wanna play her, your best team will be A, Lila, Kokomi, Furina. Furina and Kokomi? I'll consider it. I would have assumed that Kokomi is kind of gonna be replaced by Furina. Okay. This one should now be the pull. I think it's close to being guaranteed now. Oh my god. Oh my... Can you... I'm not even gonna get Charlotte if it keeps going like this. Hello? I think now it's guaranteed. I'm not sure, I can't see the history anymore, but I think now it should be guaranteed. Are you sure that the history doesn't get reset? Oh my god, Beidou, get the fuck out of here. Thank you. At least we got her once. My pity is not in the low beginnings, it was in the 50s. My pity was in the 50s. We did 3 polls. This must, like, this is literally guaranteed. If they don't reset their histories, then it's literally guaranteed now. Okay. Oh my god. Hard pity my... Thank you. I'm not even happy. I'm not even happy right now. I hate getting the 5-star on a hard pity. It just sucks. But hey, thank you. Woo, Furina. You got her... No, I didn't. I got her at 40 plus 50 pity. I got her at hard pity now. Okay. Question mark? Question mark? What even is that? Okay. Interesting. Do we have a vision? I guess you have a vision. Which looks cool, by the way. But you lost track. Yeah, I mean, I don't have it anymore. But you guys said it doesn't reset. Because, like, that's the only thing that is in there. But you guys told me it won't reset. So, should we go for this? Or should we... I don't know. Not. We got enough for a 5-star. Yeah, well then we got it on hard pity. You have to do her story for the question mark? Okay. Noted. May I see a weapon bag? Feel free to. You're gonna be underwhelmed. This is the only banner weapon I ever got. And I'm really happy with this one. They look really cool. This one was luck. This one was also luck. Dear Colt of the Twitch chat, what is the synopsis? Synopsis, yeah, if I would, so I mean, yeah, it would do fine, but it doesn't look as cool. What does the sword have as attributes? Can we see that? Percentage is 75%. So what do we have? We have a 75, well, I can do that in my head. A bit more than 30%. It's crit damage. Oh, that's kind of nice though. It's also for the Traveler and stuff. And I mean, the next Archon is gonna be in a while, right? It's 80 pity, right? It's 80. I think we're doing it. Wait, it's 70? 70 is not hard pity for the weapon banner though, right? I thought 80 was hard pity. Well then, pray for me. Waste the primal jumps, waste the primal jumps. I'm gonna be so sad in a few seconds. I'm gonna be so sad. Lots of 5-star weapons though. 4-star weapons though. I take those. Sadness increases. With every 10 pull we do, and I'm not getting a 5-star, the sadness just exponentially increases. But you know, we could also be lucky for once. Oh, Razor! Hog! To be honest, I would prefer if we lose I want either that thing or nothing from the banner at all. It's all fine. Nothing will go wrong. This is okay. Stringless is okay. I don't need that stuff, but please. Please, I don't like pulling. Oh, come on. Why can't I get stuff early? Give it to me now. Ah! How many is that? That was 50, right? Okay. Cully. I don't wanna... I don't wanna... I don't wanna look. I don't even wanna know. To be honest, the weapon banner is a lot more exciting because you never know who's gonna screw you over. No! Okay, at least it's a 5-star weapon. That is not the thingy. My heart is broken. Can give that to you, Eula, but it doesn't fit with the color. I'm gonna have to wait for some pyro character to give that to. It would be kind of nice for Beidou. But I'm not giving that to to Eula. I don't want to mix colors like that. That doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. Fine, let's spend the rest on this banner. Build up pity. And get Charlotte. Hopefully more than once. Beidou, can you please? How many Beidous did we get? There you go. Not gonna be exciting. This is the worst banner for me ever. Oh, never mind. This is kind of nice. If it's another black cliff slasher, if it's another one of those, I'm gonna be personally insulted. C1. Okay, that worked similar to the Shogun, didn't it? But I would still like some Charlotte. Oh my god, Beidou, get the go. Go away. I don't want you. Go away, Beidou. Can we get another wish? Yep, we can. Come on. Why doesn't it click? There we go. I'm trying to build up pity, by the way, and get Charlotte. Can we get Charlotte, please? Thank you. My Charlotte has the same level as Furina now. I'm seriously distraught. I think we had some more. We're gonna spend all on that banner because it's gonna be a while since until I pull the next time. So we might as well just plop it all in for the sake of pity while having a chance to get Charlotte. Boop, boop, ba-doop. I would have probably been happier if I got Furina, a bunch of Charlottes, and a Chi-Chi. Because I don't care too much about the power levels, but I care about having the characters. But yeah, I'm fine. It's okay. I would have preferred her sword. Oh my Beidou, we're gonna have a talk the next time. Alright, let's get for the constellation first. Beidou loves you. I think I got C5, right? So for heals a character, will mark them with a verification, which heals them. Okay, wait, she does also do healing? Ah, well, that's kind of sad. When used, let the people rejoice, also known as let them eat cake. Furina will gain 150 fanfare. Additionally, Furina's fanfare limit is increased by 100. I have no idea what that means. Holy crap, are her constellations long. Look at his ones, for example. Wolf's Instinct, Suppression, Soul Companion, Bite, Sharpened Claws, Lupus Fulguris. Love is a rebellious spirit that no one can tame. A woman adapts like duckweed in the water. My secret is hidden within me. No one will know my name. They know not life who dwelled in the netherworld not. Excuse me. His name I now know it is. Hear me, let us raise the chalet of love. What the hell is going on here? It's basically enhance your buff for the whole team damage. Yeah, that I heard that. That is good. That is good. I don't know what that does. Nearby character's HP is increased by 250%. Ooh, that's also kind of lit, especially in a Kokomi build. That is also kind of sick. Alright, Furina, you're not gonna get any artifacts for now. But we'll level you up. Boop boop. Enjoy. Wait, insufficient. Okay, yeah, never mind that then. What is that flower? I've never seen that, apparently.
I'm really not accustomed to using a vision. Oh, why don't you teach me?
Okay, so she's using a vision in the future, I guess. Makes sense. Yeah, we'll spend the rest of the wishes we accumulate over the next few days on her banner. Because there's really nothing else that I want to save for. So, worst case we get her C2. Or we get P for the next one. Nothing to lose on that banner. Right? I take that as a yes. Okay. Yeah, I think... just gonna put her constellations in. And then we're gonna call it for today. This was a heck of a long stream. 7 hours. I don't think that's a new high score. Anything else? Calling? Okay. Good. Furina will be trained by me over the next while. Until she's usable. Yeah. We'll do the Furina quest next Saturday, I think. Should be nothing that comes in the way. Otherwise it's gonna be Sunday. But yeah. Most likely we'll see each other till then. This was a... Oop, sorry. Oop, sorry. Double sorry. There we go. This was a hell of a long quest. And a fun one though. I'm glad the tarot is over. I'm really curious how Fontaine is gonna develop from now on. But I think before I make a judgment on that, with my wise and intelligent brain, I'm gonna have to play Furina's quest first. Thanks for the stream, the words. Thanks for being here and enjoying the quest again with me, while Lamine yawns in our ears. I hope you all have better luck with the rest of your wishes if you do commit to them, and enjoy the weekend. We'll see each other next time. I'm gonna have to eat something now. I'm so hungry. Bye bye. And thank you for the subs.